What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put under. What if I go stronger? 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 What if I go
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I'll be moving fast. Call me a shooting star.
birthday to her real nice. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Laura. Happy birthday to you. Get freaky, it's your birthday. Get freaky, break it down now. It's your birthday. It's your birthday, it's your birthday, it's your birthday. Shot. question. Did you say she likes hoodie? You're the hoodie? I'll give you a choice. Only want to be with you or let her come? Which one? Only want to be with you?
Absolutely, it could. It's very, very hard to see what's going to hold it back. And when you've got an explicit forecast from the Hurricane Center calling for a 140-mile-per-hour storm, I mean, that's a big deal. You just don't see that every day. And let's talk a little bit about history here across the Gulf of Mexico in the storms that we have seen in the past that have been rapid intensifiers. Rapid intensification is when a storm increases by 30 knots. It's where the water tends to be very, very warm and conditions can be optimal for that level of strengthening. Of course, we saw Michael, which was one of the strongest hurricanes at landfall in U.S. history, and then Camille, which is really the storm of record there in terms of the tremendous surge impact in Mississippi. You had Laura, of course, last year, and we are so hoping that this next one is not going to have the same level of impact in Lake Charles. It does appear that it's going to be coming in farther to the east, but certainly there's going to be some weather there, even if that is the case. And then, of course, you had Harvey, which slammed into Texas and then slowly worked its way up the coast. So, we're talking about a storm that could be historic here. It could be one of these storms that, you remember that name. You remember Ida in 2021. This is a look at the current intensity modeling here, and you see quite a few of these models getting well up into major hurricane range there. There's one here that takes it up to Category 5. That's not the only model that does that. It just happens to be the only one that we're showing on this graph, but there are many models that do that. There are some models that make it even stronger than that. So, there is some potential that it could even get stronger than that. Here you see right now a Category 1 storm, 80-mile-per-hour storm. It made landfall at about 7:30 tonight on the western tip of Cuba. Very well-formed storm. And again, nothing holding it back from now until the time it comes into the coast. The water temperatures are incredibly warm, much warmer than they need to be, and there's a depth to that warmth as well. So even as the ocean gets churned up, it's just going to be nothing but warm water coming up from below. You've got really light winds aloft. Wind shear is not going to affect the system. There's no major area of dry air that's going to get involved in the system. So that's why we're thinking that it's got every potential to become incredibly powerful as it moves in, and that is going to be during the day on Sunday, and exactly when depends on exactly where it moves in. So this is the storm surge potential map from the National Hurricane Center. It's not that every location is going to get this level of surge, but particularly the areas that are to the right. If you think about that center of that radius of maximum winds, the areas that are on the east and north side of that, that's where we're going to really be maximizing that storm surge. I mean, 10 to 15 feet of surge, that is absolutely a life-threatening level of surge, as is 7 to 11 feet. So if local officials tell you you've got to get out, please do take that very seriously and do get out. Hurricane warnings up, and look at this maximum wind gust potential. Look at that enormous area of 110 plus miles per hour. And so that does include New Orleans. So even if the system comes in a little to the west, could very well be into these very powerful winds, particularly if we're talking about a Category 4 storm. And also remember, these areas of southern Louisiana, that's a lot of marsh there, a lot of wetland. And so it's not like a typical situation where the storm hits the coast and then suddenly it's half over land and it's beginning to really lose its intensity. No, because you've got a lot of warm water that's in that marshland that's called the Brown Ocean. And so even as the storm is coming on shore, it is still going to be gathering fuel from those wetlands and could still be incredibly intense. And so in New Orleans, there's going to be significant potential for wind damage depending on exactly where the storm goes. Certainly so in Lafayette, in Houma, and in Baton Rouge as well. We're going to talk more about all of this coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn.
If you've been taking COPD sitting down, it's time to make a stand. Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trelegy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy and save at Trelegy.com.
Surprise freeze are coming! Domino's has surprise freeze!
Other delivery apps add surprise fees, but Domino's is adding up to $50 million in surprise freeze to online delivery orders. And we tried some unique ways to tell people they're getting free food.
From Domino's!
Welcome to Allstate. Here, if you already paid for car insurance, you can take your home along for the ride. Allstate. Better protection costs a whole lot less. Call a local agent or 1-800-ALLSTATE for a quote today.
I wanna see you stand. I wanna feel you beat. I wanna hear you beating heart. Live out loud. Oh.
I want to break free.
Ready to break free? It's time to get away to a place where we can finally be free.
I've got to break free.
Plan your future getaway with Norwegian. Sail safe. Feel free.
These days, you have to keep everything moving and reinvent the wheel.
We got a huge increase in orders.
With a hybrid,
I think we can handle that.
You can do both.
I'll be right in.
That's why manufacturers are going hybrid with IBM. With Watson on a hybrid cloud, factories can use AI to automate the little things so they can focus on the next big thing. Businesses that want to innovate at scale are going with a smarter hybrid cloud using the technology and expertise
Nice work, guys.
of IBM.
Monday payday, Tuesday payday, Wednesday payday, Thursday payday, Friday payday, Saturday payday, Sunday payday. Payday.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you, like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life, Life Cuisine.
Ida is forecast to be a major hurricane in the next 48 hours, and it's headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast tonight. And time, it's starting to run out to prepare for what will be, we think, a destructive storm. Nearly 5 million people under tropical alerts tonight. And one of the places we're most concerned about is right here in New Orleans. You're looking live there at downtown, down toward the Riverwalk there. We have evacuation orders issued for parts of the city. It's voluntary outside of the levee system, but mandatory. It's voluntary inside the levee system, mandatory outside the levee system. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or so to prepare. And tropical alerts are out for nearly 5 million people across not only the Louisiana Gulf Coast, but also getting over into parts of Mississippi as well, and even Alabama. Gulfport and Mobile under alerts as well. We are live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, 12 Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane headed for the U.S. I'm meteorologist Jeff Marr alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go to him right now, Carl, for the very latest on a system that isn't all that strong right now, but boy, we think things are going to change and in a big hurry.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing standing in the way of intensification. You know, usually we talk about the presence of some wind shear or some dry air, or maybe the water temperatures aren't optimal. None of that applies in this case. Not one thing is there to really hold this storm back, and that is why it is expected to get so strong. So right now, Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour storm moving northwest at 15, made landfall in Cuba around 7:30 tonight. There you see the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. And so, you know, this is really something. First of all, it shows you there's a lot of confidence about the intensity of this thing really increasing rapidly intensifying tomorrow as it's out in the Gulf of Mexico. And then perhaps getting up to 140 miles per hour as it is closing in. And that's going to be on Sunday, depending on exactly where it comes in. If it's a little more to the east, then it's going to be earlier. If it's a little more to the west, it's going to take longer for it to come in just because the path will be longer. But you're going to see potential for huge, life-threatening storm surge. Please, please, folks, if local officials tell you you've got to evacuate, please do so. This is going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in this part of Louisiana in a very, very long time. They've got this elaborate levee system that they put in place after Katrina, and that system is going to be put to the test with this storm. It's expected to hold up well in, all but the most incredible of storms, but if this storm were to be a Category 4 or, God forbid, a Category 5 storm, and if it were to be a little more to the right and bring that maximum surge up into these areas feeding into Lake Pontchartrain, that's going to put a lot of pressure on that system. So, don't assume anything at this point. And again, please listen to local officials. Let's talk about wind. So this is what it looks like right now. Maximum wind gust potential, 110 plus miles per hour in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, in Lafayette, in New Iberia, in Houma, and farther down to the south in Plaquemines Parish. And so, of course, that's a level of wind that's going to cause widespread power outages. It's going to cause structural damage as well. So even if you're okay in New Orleans with respect to the storm surge threat because of that elaborate levee system, you could be looking at really significant wind damage there in New Orleans. So, it's going to be very, very bad. I would think very carefully about whether or not you want to ride this out, and think very carefully about whether or not you want to be stuck in traffic. If tomorrow suddenly that storm is a 120 mile per hour storm and then everybody freaks out and they start trying to get out of town and I-10 is just bumper to bumper. You don't want to be in the middle of that either. A lot of different possibilities at this point. This is one of our model forecasts here. And so this model showing the core of the storm coming towards Plaquemines Parish and coming towards Houma, really serious storm surge developing with that increasing onshore flow there. But again, is it going to happen exactly like that? Or is it possible that it's a little more to the northeast as it's coming in? It's possible that it's a little more to the west. And again, that would mean that it would come in later on Sunday. But, we still don't have that completely nailed down at this point. And then it's also going to begin to turn more towards the north. So that's important, too. You notice here that the vector of travel is coming in from the east-southeast, and then that begins to change as the storm really slows down. So, here we're going through Sunday afternoon. Winds are getting much, much stronger in New Orleans at that time if it happens like this. And then that goes on for a very long period of time because the storm slows down. So that eye wall is just pounding New Orleans and Houma and Lafayette, surrounding areas, Baton Rouge eventually, for much of the day on Sunday, again, if it happens just like that. So I just want you to be aware of what is out there, the potential for, how bad this could be. Those tropical storm force winds coming in probably 8 o'clock in the morning or so. And another thing I want to mention is this huge flash flood potential, absolutely enormous flash flood potential because the storm is going to be moving so slowly. Jeff?
Let's touch a little bit about rapid intensification. We kind of throw that term out there, and it pretty much is what it sounds like. In other words, it's a storm that gets real strong, real fast. And we've seen that with a lot of recent hurricanes, particularly as they seem to get near the Gulf Coast. A lot of folks have asked me, why is that happening? It looks like it may happen with this one.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of potential for rapid intensification when you've got really warm ocean waters. There's definitely a relationship there. There's been more and more research on that. We absolutely have that in this case. So, we talk about limiting factors, and we're just not seeing those limiting factors with this storm. First of all, here you see the most recent satellite imagery. There was a huge burst of thunderstorms, but I want you to notice also the cloud pattern here. I want you to notice how it's kind of fanning out in a lot of directions, kind of like this. And what that's telling us is that we're not seeing really strong winds that are coming across the cyclone right now. That's important because when you have wind shear, when you've got strong winds coming in, that disrupts the whole process, this big heat engine that these storms become. When the winds are light, that is optimal for a storm to strengthen. So that's part of it. Now, here's a wind shear forecast. And so, this, for example, that's very strong wind that's coming down through the Bahamas and into Hispaniola. Were that to be over top of the cyclone, we'd be talking about a different story, but that's not going to be the case. And in fact, the only wind that you really see here is related to the storm itself. It's about that outflow. We talked about the high cloud fanning out. Well, that does so in a clockwise fashion. So these strong winds that you're seeing there, they're related to the storm. So in the vicinity of the storm itself, no wind shear. I mean, you're just not seeing any wind shear, so you can forget about that part of it. Then let's talk about water temperatures. 80 is what is requisite for the maintenance and development of tropical cyclones. Here we've got temperatures in the middle and then the upper 80s, but it's not just how warm it is, it's also the depth of the warmth as well, and there's great depth to this warmth. The water temperatures that are warm enough to support a hurricane have a depth of 30 meters in some cases. I mean, even more than that in some areas. And so that means that even as the storm is getting very strong and churning up the water, it's not churning up cooler water from below. It's churning up just a limitless supply of warm water and fuel for the storm. And so with all of those things being in place, that's why so much of this intensity guidance is very high indeed. Here you see one of the models taking it up to Category 4. There are other models that do that. There are some models that are even scarier than that. And so this is absolutely a case where we could, Jeff, be looking at really maximizing that wind potential as the storm comes in. Certainly could be, just a terrific amount of wind damage with the storm where that core comes in.
All right. And as far as surge is concerned, our hurricane expert for many years ago, John Hope, once told me, you can beware of the wind, but fear the water.
Yeah.
The water is probably what will take most people's lives in a hurricane.
Yes.
And this surge could be monumental.
It could be monumental, absolutely. And again, I'll show you that storm surge potential map here. I mean, these are values that are just off the charts here. You're talking about 10 to 15 feet of surge there in southern Louisiana, 7 to 11 feet. Getting up towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast, 4 to 7 around Lake Pontchartrain. It's not going to happen like this in all these areas, but it is going to happen, just to the east, particularly of that eye wall, where that comes in, where we maximize that onshore push, and where that coincides with the high tide. Values like that could be realized, and so places like Houma could be very seriously inundated by this storm surge flooding. Parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast could also be very seriously inundated here. So again, really, really important to listen to your local officials. And if they issue an evacuation, do not make the assumption that you've been through something before and so you know how it's going to go. This could be a whole different ballgame when this comes in. Jeff, over to you.
Let's take a little bit of a closer look at how the city of New Orleans is bracing for Ida's impact. And the city's Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, Colin Arnold, joins us live with the steps that residents are taking to get ready for the hurricane. And do you think folks are taking this seriously right now, Colin?
Well, thanks for having me this evening. Yeah, it's been a long day, and certainly I do think that. We've been out today and see a lot of people getting prepared, getting a lot of supplies. Shelves are getting cleared out. We did a sandbag opportunity today for those that wanted to avail themselves of sandbags within the city. That went really successfully, a lot of long lines. We've also been preparing as a city, city government-wise, as far as our public safety assets, our emergency health care, our infrastructure. Everybody's been working today to try and do those last-minute preparations to prepare for what we believe will be a very heavy wind and rain event.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of folks there in New Orleans, the ones that are still there, remember Katrina 16 years ago. What is the main message you want to get across to people living, particularly in the vulnerable areas?
Well, certainly outside of our levee protection, which, we've been dealing with our governor, both with the National Weather Service and the Army Corps of Engineers. They have a lot of faith in our hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system, our levee system. That is a safe place to be in at this point, even with our storm surge models. It's looking good for New Orleans. But those outside of levee protection, we have issued a mandatory evacuation order. That's our Venetian Isles, Irish Bayou, Lake Catherine area to the east of the city. 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. Certainly not safe to be there, and time to leave now. They will be closing those floodgates tomorrow afternoon.
All right, what is the city's biggest issue, do you think, to really tackle ahead of Ida, which is coming very, very quickly here?
I think infrastructure-wise, obviously, we've had some issue with our drainage pumping system that's been going on for a few years now. There has been improvements that have been made, but there's work still to do on that. I do know that we have a system that is working today with, the great majority of our drainage pumps are operational and ready to work this weekend, which is good. But, our issue will always be our relationship with water, our geography. And, if we get into the situation where we're having 7 to 8 inches of rain per hour, there's really heavy rainfall for an extended period of time, there is no system that can keep up with that. And that would be a concern that I have is, just expectations about what the system can handle and what it can pump out in a reasonable amount of time. We start in our flood fight with trying to keep the streets dry. But at some point when that rain gets too much, there will be street flooding, and then it's a matter of trying to catch up. And so, our public, we believe, understands that, but we always try and reinforce that. And then obviously our other with the wind will be extended power outages after, and what we have to do to deal with particularly our medical needs population in the city, whom we're reaching out to right now. We're assessing, we're working with our state and federal partners to set up areas for them to shelter if necessary through the storm tomorrow night. And then, obviously we'll be doing some other things that we had to use during Zeta to do oxygen tank exchanges, power equipment exchanges, battery exchanges, things like that. It worked really well. And we look forward to, if we have to bring that to bear, we'll do that as well. And that's really for that medical needs population that we really need to look out for.
All right, let's talk a little bit now about the rain, when it comes in, and what it may do across other areas of the South, not only here in Louisiana, but a little bit farther north. This entire region is much wetter than normal because of recent rains, including a couple of tropical systems. And of course, when you look over the last 7 days, what really jumps out at you is that huge kind of dot or bullseye there just west of Nashville. That was over toward the Waverly area where they got 17 inches of rain and just horrendous flash flooding and a loss of life of 20 different people. But a lot of the rest of the Southeast has had a lot of rain as well. So what we're trying to get across here is the ground's kind of saturated here over much of the South. And when you add in a tropical system like this hurricane, and we think it will slow down a bit once it makes landfall and then starts to make a right-hand turn, many areas here from Jackson, Mississippi, all the way up to Birmingham and Nashville could get a very, very big soaking here from this system. Maybe a little bit less as you head down toward Atlanta and Montgomery and Charlotte, but nonetheless, tropical rain is tropical rain, and on saturated ground, that could really be problematic here. We could be talking about some flooding issues. So the two different models that we primarily look at here, this is the European model, shows the main thrust of the rain up through Mississippi, up into Tennessee and western areas of Alabama, and then the American model, what we call the GFS, a little bit farther to the east, but generally the same area, coming up out of Louisiana, of course, where the heaviest rain will be, and then moving up across Mississippi, western Alabama, and into Tennessee. So another big soaking across many areas of the South. We'll give you the latest on Ida.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
Now with Kellogg's Feeding Reading Program, when you buy a box, you can get a free book, turning boxes into books. Over 1 million and counting. Just buy a box and you can get a book and turn your favorite foods into new favorite stories.
Get ready. Our most popular battery is even more powerful. The stronger, lasts longer Energizer Max.
Now Dish has dedicated teams monitoring your signal 24/7.
Winter salmon are plentiful. The adult
Because we know you need dependable TV 24/7. Dish, TV you can depend on 24/7.
Some have a history of building the best trucks. But according to just about anybody who's handed out a trophy, Ram currently builds the best trucks. So if you're shopping for a truck today, here it is. If you're shopping in the past, well, good luck with that. That was then. This is Ram.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2021 Ram 1500.
The rule in business used to be location, location, location. Now, it's network, network, network. So you need a network that's built right. Verizon Business Unlimited starts with America's most reliable network. Then we have the speed of Verizon 5G. We provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon than any other network. Built right for business. We are open and ready for you.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. We're at the ballpark, across the nation, and just down the street. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
It's the biggest sale of the year on the new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed. It's the most comfortable, dually adjustable, foot warming, temperature balancing, proven quality night's sleep we've ever made. Save 50% on the new Sleep Number 360 limited edition Smart Bed, plus 0% interest for 60 months. Ends Monday.
Show some love, Peloton. High five a friend across the country or right next door. Let's go hit the mat for core. Y'all look so good out there, Peloton.
The original Peloton bike, now $39 a month. All access membership separate.
Hey, you! Domino's is giving away $50 million in surprise frees. Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food. I love it. From Domino's.
This is Mary Ann's first time visiting Paris.
Où allez-vous?
Before Mary Ann packed her bags, before she attempted her first sentence in French, she downloaded Babbel. So when it came time to tell the cab driver to take her to the Hotel Pierre,
J'aimerais aller à l'Hôtel Pierre.
Oh, c'est très bien.
Babbel focuses on natural conversation. You can speak and pronounce with confidence. Start speaking a new language in 3 weeks. Try it for free at Babbel.com.
Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got that Bourbon Street steak with the Oreo shake. Get some whipped cream on the top two. 2 straws, 1 shot, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in the styrofoam. Squeak, squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. Some Alabama jammer, she my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
Well, the state capital, Baton Rouge, looks like the traffic moving steadily here, but that's pretty typical actually on I-10 there in Baton Rouge. So I don't know whether we can attribute this to people evacuating or moving out, but that's something they may want to consider, Carl, as we head on through the next 24 hours.
Well, you know, if I were in this part of Louisiana, I would be thinking very seriously about, you know, whether or not I was under, you know, a voluntary evacuation order. I just don't know that I'd want to be anywhere near the storm. You know, for one thing, the power is probably going to be out, and it might be out for a long time. And you know what the weather's like down there in the Gulf Coast, and, you know, do you want to be in that for a week or a couple of weeks, you know?
Right, with power out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And well, by the way, you're looking at the causeway here, the twin causeways across Lake Pontchartrain. And as Carl mentioned earlier, there are some cars going away from us, but there's probably just as many with those bright headlights coming toward us. So it's not all evacuation here right now, Carl.
Absolutely not. And, you know, another thing we've been noticing is, and this, by the way, is I-10. And so, you know, one of the things that I'm worried about is whether or not this is going to be full as we go into tomorrow, because you know, the storm could very well be a really, really different storm by this time tomorrow. In fact, it is forecast to be a major hurricane by this time tomorrow. And, you know, so is that the point at which people will start to get really concerned and think about, you know, getting out of there? You know, I don't know, but I definitely would not want to be caught in traffic there. I would want to take advantage of the fact that there is not much traffic on the roads right now. Here's the latest on the storm from the Hurricane Center. It's a Category 1 storm, 80-mile-per-hour wind. There you see the tropical storm force winds coming in most likely on Sunday morning. So you really have to have everything done by Saturday. If you're going to do some preps, you need to have that done by Saturday. Here's the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. And so it is forecast to become a Category 4 hurricane closing in on the coast in Louisiana, and that's going to be during the day on Sunday. So, you know, definitely one of the worst storms that we've seen in a while there coming into the Louisiana coast.
Yeah, and we said that last year with the hurricanes then, but this one has the potential to, unfortunately, be even worse. Well, Ida to make landfall on a day that sends shivers down the backs of those living in coastal Louisiana. Why? Well, it's the anniversary of one of the most destructive hurricanes that we've ever seen in the U.S.
You know, we're looking at a Sunday landfall. That is the anniversary of Katrina. We have canceled our memorial services there this weekend, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families. And, you know, we know this is a tough time for them. The 167 people who died during Katrina. And, you know, we want that to be a message to our citizens now to make sure that they prepared for this event and so that we can move forward sooner after this storm.
Katrina, just one of the hurricanes that exploded out into the Gulf. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, talks about others that turned into powerful hurricanes just before making landfall along the Gulf Coast.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, you know, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And this is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen and strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
And the Weather Channel will have live coverage. 10 different meteorologists are out, fanned out, starting at 5 a.m.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Oh, yeah, that's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
That's a joke.
Do not repeat that to anyone, right?
You're gonna fight.
Do not repeat that to anyone.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
Life's kind of unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says, "There's a big so at school tomorrow." Tomorrow? Or when you discover charcuterie is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and, oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
Es mi niña bonita, con su carita de rosa, cuánto la llevo a querer.
Even if you had to miss your quince, there's always your quince plus one.
Bonita.
That spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password?
It's Buick Envision.
That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking.
Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
Finding a companion at this age, it's a gift.
I just love where I'm at right now.
Silver Singles gave me my life back.
Rediscover the magic of dating with Silver Singles. Sign up today at silversingles.com.
Feel the cool rush of Claritin Cool Mint Chewables. Powerful 24-hour non-drowsy allergy relief plus an immediate cooling sensation for your throat. Feel the clarity and live Claritin Clear.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude, and that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
Hurricane Ida is moving ever closer to the U.S. for a landfall. That was the governor of Louisiana warning people that time, believe it or not, is already starting to run out to prepare for this hurricane. It's expected to be a major hurricane, Category 3 or higher. Right now it's forecast to be a Category 4 at landfall, growing stronger by the minute as it enters the Gulf. 30 minutes past the hour now. Let's get the very latest on information. We'll be getting a new update, by the way, at the top of the hour for Hurricane Ida. But right now we have an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane. And as I think we can show you a shot here of Bourbon Street in New Orleans, and a lot of revelry going on there. We've been watching it for a while. I hate to say this, but it doesn't look like these folks, at least, are taking it very seriously. But yeah, they don't have a lot of time here, Carl.
They don't have a ton of time. I mean, what we're expecting is that, by tomorrow night, it's going to start getting windier. And, then it's going to get worse and worse overnight, tomorrow night. By Sunday morning, it's really going to be bad. But, one of the big forecast questions is, will it, in fact, right now the center line of the forecast track from the Hurricane Center takes the core of the storm just southwest and west of New Orleans and more towards Homa and towards Lafayette. But that doesn't mean that that is set in stone, by no means. And in fact, when you look at a lot of the model track guidance, you still see there's a wide range there. I'll show you that in a moment. So, I certainly would be concerned. I mean, if you're talking about a Category 4 storm coming in, that's going to cause really significant wind damage, to say nothing of all the other impacts.
I would say this, get your revelry in tonight, because you're not going to be able to do this tomorrow. Time will definitely be clicking away. So I guess if they're going to party, you party on Bourbon Street tonight. It wouldn't be surprising, really, that some of the establishments may actually close over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and the other thing that we were looking at was looking at I-10. And we saw that the traffic was moving right along on I-10. So now would be a good time to get going if you wanted to. My worry is that, tomorrow, if we do see this period of rapid intensification, let's say the storm overachieves and, gets up to 130, miles per hour tomorrow, then suddenly everybody's like, whoa, and they all decide to leave at the same time. And then you've got a traffic jam there on I-10. And
can we show that?
Concern.
Can we show that shot of I-10 that we had a little bit earlier there near New Orleans? Because it is wide open. There it is.
Yeah.
And again, if you want to evacuate now or, move to maybe a little bit safer area, now would be the time to do it, because, as Carl mentioned, you don't want to get caught in a huge traffic jam with a potentially Category 4 hurricane bearing down on you.
And didn't you say that you were in New Orleans prior to Hurricane Katrina?
I was.
And you talked to some of the people there, and they did not seem particularly concerned. And, of course, that ended up being one of the worst disasters in American history.
Well, they kept asking me when I was down there along the Riverwalk, it was about 24 hours before Katrina came in.
Wow.
They said, well, is it really going to be that bad? We hear that it's bad, but it's not going to be that bad, is it? And I kept telling them, yes, you need to leave. You need to leave now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, by that time, the backup had started on the interstates, and a lot of those folks had a very hard time getting out if they did get out.
Yeah, that is really, that's one of the things I would fear the most if I wanted to suddenly go
Getting
and then get trapped. Exactly. Wouldn't be able to get out as easily as you thought you would have. So let's take a look at the latest on the storm. It is a Category 1 storm. We do, by the way, as Jeff mentioned, have a full forecast advisory coming up from the Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. And so we'll see if there are any substantial changes to the forecast there. This is a very well-formed storm. It made landfall at about 7:30. We're seeing a little bit of a waning of the convection now, but the upper level pattern looks very favorable. It's going to continue to be favorable. The water temperatures are very warm. You've also got, no dry air intrusions looming or anything like that. So it is forecast by tomorrow at this time to be a major hurricane or very close to it. It's certainly going to be getting right up there. And, then as the storm comes in, there's a closer look. Forecast to be a Category 4 storm. Now, keep in mind that there's always some, wiggle in intensity forecasting. Intensity forecasting is tricky. It could be a little bit weaker, could be a little bit stronger. And if it gets any stronger than that, it's going to be unbelievably strong. I mean, this is already at the high end of what we experience here in terms of wind and surge impacts, and it's also going to be a very slow-moving storm as it is coming in. This has potential to be a huge problem in Louisiana.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I want to break free.
Ready to break free? It's time to get away to a place where we can finally be free.
I've got to break free.
Plan your future getaway with Norwegian. Sail safe. Feel free.
Oh no. Man, I think they look good, man.
Smooth. They are a little tight.
Like, too tight? Might just need to break them in a little bit because you don't want them too loose.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive.
True.
With 24/7 roadside assistance.
Okay. Think I'm gonna wear these home.
Excellent choice.
My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it. Let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions. Those up. Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
We've all felt this gap, the distance between what is and what could be. While he's tapping into his passion, the U.S. Bank mobile app can help you tap your way to your savings goals without missing a beat, so you can feed his passion. Earplugs not included. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together.
These days, we're all together all the time. Working, playing, cleaning. Turns out family life can be, well, gross. But Care.com can help with lots of great housekeepers to put your messy place back together again when it's right for you. It costs less than you think. And a clean house feels so good. Get the housekeeping help you need. Care.com.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
All right, here's the very latest that we have on Ida. Now, this was as of the 8 p.m. advisory. We're going to be getting a new one momentarily here, definitely in the next few minutes, a complete advisory from the Hurricane Center. We don't think there'll be a lot of change, primarily because right now Ida's moving across the western parts of Cuba, so we're not really expecting it to intensify, if at all. But that will change as this system moves out into the Gulf. And of course, as we've been saying, it's going to move rather rapidly across the Gulf, but intensify as it does so. And by Sunday afternoon, look at that wind speed. That is the forecast from the Hurricane Center. From an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane right now over Cuba to a 140-mile-an-hour Category 4 hurricane plowing into southern Louisiana as we head through late Sunday and on into Sunday evening. And one city we'll be watching very closely is going to be New Orleans. We've been talking about that. You're under a hurricane warning, but also a threat for a very large storm surge. This is the Pontchartrain Causeway, the camera bouncing a little bit and some wind right now, not associated anything with the hurricane. But Carl and I have been noticing that you see just as many cars going northbound there, we think, with the taillights, as you see coming towards you, which would be coming toward New Orleans with the headlights. So not a lot of folks, I don't think, evacuating, Carl, at this point, but that probably should get underway sooner rather than later.
Yeah, well, certainly there are a number of mandatory evacuations, and we hope that everybody takes those really seriously. There are a lot of voluntary evacuations as well, and it's very hard to impress upon people what the potential for intensity is. I mean, I think a lot of times people don't think it until it happens. If it's suddenly a Category 3 and it's moving in, they'll go, oh my gosh, now I got to do something. But right now it's just a Category 1, and so you have to put a lot of faith in the modeling. But for the Hurricane Center to go out there and put a 140-mile-per-hour storm in their forecast, I mean, that's showing a lot of confidence in the intensity forecast here. And so we do think that this could be an historic storm there in Louisiana.
And I want to put a little bit of a cap on this. Not everybody can evacuate. Just like in Katrina, there are people that don't have the ability to evacuate. And I remember at that time, they were even trying to put people on buses to get them out, and people ended up going into the Superdome, and that was a huge, big mess. But if you have the opportunity and you have the means to evacuate or to move maybe and not everybody has a place to go either, but if you do, maybe now you can see I-10 here pretty clear. So maybe now would be the time to at least think about it. And definitely early during the day tomorrow would probably be an optimum time, because as Carl mentioned, later in the day, you may get caught in a very, very big traffic jam.
Yeah, and if you don't have the means to evacuate, the city is, going to be providing shelters and that kind of thing. So, absolutely take full advantage of that, because, if the storm were to come right across New Orleans, that northeastern eye wall got into New Orleans, we'd be talking about, a devastating storm there in New Orleans, of the likes that we have not seen in a really, really long time.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yes.
All right.
We do have the new update right now, 11 p.m. advisory on the storm, and it is now still a Category 1 at 80 miles per hour. Not a surprise, given what we saw with the hurricane hunters. We were following their data, and you see the forecast there essentially is unchanged, calling for the storm to be a Category 4 storm as it's approaching, and then maybe weakening slightly as it's beginning to move onshore. So again, that's the 11 p.m. advisory, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the new forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. And so here you see, again, they're forecasting for the storm to get up to 120 miles per hour. And that's going to be by tomorrow evening. And then by Sunday morning, getting up to 140 miles per hour. And then as it begins to move in, weakening only very slightly, perhaps back to a Category 3. A little bit of a narrowing of this cone here. And also another thing I want you to notice is that these are 12-hour increments. So you see a very long increment right there. That's 12 hours. And then here's another 12 right there. And then here's another 12 right there. So this thing is going to be taking a long, long time to move in. It's going to be a prolonged period of very strong winds and very heavy rain and storm surge over several high tide cycles. Now, we talked a little bit about the modeling here. Here's the GFS model, the main or operational GFS model in red, and then the ensemble members when they rerun the model many times to account for possible errors getting into that operational model. And you see that, almost all of the members show a landfall in Louisiana, but there's still a lot of spread there, ranging from southwest Louisiana to eastern Louisiana, and a couple of members even going into Mississippi. So, again, we don't have that completely nailed down at this point. The most likely scenario is that it comes in, say, somewhere near Houma there in south of New Orleans and kind of curves around to the southwest of New Orleans and begins to work north, but it's not guaranteed. It is still possible that it comes right over New Orleans. It's also possible that it's farther west and moves more towards the western part of the state. Still an array of things could happen at this point. Now, here's one model depiction of the storm coming in. This is the most dangerous part of the storm right there. That is the eye wall. That's where those exceptionally strong winds will be coming in. So, this is Sunday morning as this model shows it, and we've got a high tide very early in the morning, in the wee hours of the morning on Sunday, and then again in the early early afternoon, and we'll be looking at that onshore flow continuing. And then that core of the storm comes up, perhaps just west of New Orleans. But again, that part is not set in stone at this point. That could still change. So you just need to think about, what you would want to do if you had a Category 4 storm coming right to your location. Where would you want to be? Very important thing to think about between tonight and tomorrow.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated. With AT&T, everyone can ace back to school with our best deals on every smartphone, like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
Here you go. Let me help you.
Hi, Mr. Charles. We made you dinner.
Oh, thank you.
Ready to eat?
Yes, I am.
Asking what would Pop-Tarts do is how you get from toast and jam to that's my jam. From Sunday to Sunday. So, what would Pop-Tarts do here? Yeah, that feels right. Crazy good.
I want to break free.
Ready to break free? It's time to get away to a place where we can finally be free.
I've got to break free.
Plan your future getaway with Norwegian. Sail safe. Feel free.
Look at this guy. He's really working hard. You know what he'll get? Muscle pain. You know what he should get? Advil. Pain says you can't. Advil says you can.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
Severe storm damage can cost you thousands in repairs. Hi, Phil Swift here. This storm season, you need the entire Flex Seal family of products.
Make fast, easy, on-the-spot repairs. Seal up cracks and holes to prevent wind and water from damaging your home. Now it's easy to make quick automotive repairs. Severe storms can be a nightmare. Now you can patch huge holes to seal up roof leaks. Easily fix busted downspouts and replace loose siding. Floods can destroy your home. Push FlexPace deep into wet surfaces to help prevent flood damage. With the Flex Seal family of products, you can patch, bond, seal, and repair. Even the worst conditions are no match for the Flex Seal family of products. Get the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
And about 10 minutes before the top of the hour, brand new advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center. And let's go to our storm specialist, our hurricane specialist, Carl Parker. And Carl, right now it looks like as the hurricane has crossed over western Cuba, it's pretty much held serve. It really hasn't changed, but that should change rather rapidly now.
Yeah, you know, as we've said for a while now, there's nothing that's really going to hold the storm back going forward. We often talk about limiting factors, whether it is wind shear or dry air or something with the water temperatures. None of that is going to be in place as this storm moves out into the Gulf of Mexico. So it's going to have every opportunity to rapidly intensify. We expect that is going to happen between tonight and tomorrow. Right now, an 80-mile-per-hour storm. By tomorrow night, it is expected to be a 120-mile-per-hour storm, so more than meeting the definition of a rapidly intensifying storm. And then it's likely to get even stronger as it continues to close in on the coast, and that is going to be on Sunday. Very well-formed storm right now, and you can see the new position there. It's right in there. So it has just come off of Cuba, made landfall at about 7:30 tonight. Notice how the higher cloud is kind of spreading out in all directions. So that's indicative of a light wind environment aloft, and that is optimal for a tropical cyclone to strengthen. And that's a big part of why it's expected to get so strong so quickly. Here you see the forecast for tomorrow evening, taking it to 120 miles per hour. So becoming a major hurricane, and then 140 miles per hour. That is the forecast for Sunday morning as it is closing in. And then perhaps some slight weakening as it begins to slow down and slowly curve more to the north and eventually towards the northeast. So, you know, these increments here, these are 12-hour increments. And so, you know, initially you've got a very long one. It's moving right along. And then you have a much shorter one here between Sunday morning and Sunday evening. And then you have an even shorter one between Sunday evening and Monday morning. So the implication there is that the thing just starts to move in, and then it's just really slowly coming in. And this, by the way, is something that we've seen more of in recent years. And the problem with that is that it maximizes everything. It means the wind impacts are going to last that much longer. It means that we're going to get storm surge through several high tide cycles. It means that we're going to be looking at a huge area of very heavy rain. And the storm surge potential is going to be off the charts. I mean, you do not want to be anywhere near the coast with these values being what they are. If you are asked to evacuate, please take this very seriously. I mean, you know, that is just an incredible level of surge there, 10 to 15 feet, 7 to 11 up into the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And, you know, depending on exactly where the storm comes in, it's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the levee system in and around New Orleans. The thinking is that it's probably going to be strong enough to hold. You know, this is the really elaborate system that was put in place in New Orleans after Katrina. The thinking is that it will probably hold, but depending on exactly how strong the storm is and where exactly it moves in, it could put a lot of pressure on that system. And there's going to be heavy rain falling inside of the levees as well. Hurricane warnings up, including New Orleans. There you see the wind, max wind potential, 110 plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. New Orleans into Baton Rouge, into Lafayette, into Homa, New Iberia, farther westward as well. So, you know, you're talking about a level of wind that is easily enough to cause widespread power outages. So that should be another part of your calculus, whether or not you decide to stick around or not. Do you want to be in a situation where the power's out for a very, very long time? But then on top of that, you know, you've got this potential for, you know, serious structural damage. And in fact, you know, where you get into the eye wall, that's where the very strongest of winds are. I mean, the winds could easily be at a level that causes really significant damage in terms of, you know, just structural damage alone. So, you know, here you see the forecast wind speeds, very large area of strong winds, and so impacts will extend well outside of the center, and we're going to be looking at that, you know, very strong onshore push there and the storm surge along with that. But again, it's that core where the maximum wind damage potential is going to be. That could come right up through New Orleans or get really, really close to New Orleans. And again, probably more directly, at least how it looks right now, more directly over Homa and over Lafayette and then over Baton Rouge Rouge, and then it continues up into Mississippi beyond that. Tropical storm force winds most likely coming in on Sunday morning there in southeast Louisiana. But then another huge part of this is going to be this heavy rain potential. That's the, deep tropical moisture, that area of red right there. And so it moves up and it moves up and it moves up, and then it just starts to sit right along the northern Gulf Coast. And that slow forward speed is going to be a really big part of what drives the rainfall threat. This is a massive, massive area of heavy rain. That is 5 to 8 inches of rain there showing up in the orange coloring, even more than that in the red coloring. And again, a lot of that rain will be falling in New Orleans inside the levees. So even if the levees are holding and keeping the storm surge out, we're going to be looking at a lot of water inside those walls, and they'll be trying to pump that out. And not all the pumps are working optimally at this point. So, that is also going to be a big worry there in New Orleans. And then as we look at the rainfall forecast farther north, a huge area of heavy rain up through much of Mississippi and the deep south. So this is going to have impact well inland. We're going to talk much more about the storm coming up in a few minutes.
HomeAdvisor and Angie's List are now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. Inside, outside, big or small, Angie helps you find the right solution for whatever you need done. With Angie, you can connect with top local pros and see ratings and reviews. Just search or scroll to see upfront pricing on hundreds of projects. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. It's easy to make your home an Angie home. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
I want to break free.
Ready to break free? It's time to get away to a place where we can finally be free.
I've got to break free.
Plan your future getaway with Norwegian. Sail safe. Feel free.
Blue Emu Super Strength Original Formula is now available in 3 convenient sizes. Whether you need relief at home, in your gym bag, or on the go. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. An official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
3 words. Warm strawberry jam.
3 more words. Perfect as is.
Frozen bites taste like ice cream. It's science.
Whenever you're ready. When you're ready, come and get it. When you're ready, come and get it. When you're
It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend trip.
15 minutes away.
Why not? I gotta take off. Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app so you can quickly check the markets?
Yeah, actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
Excellent. And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set. Have a great flight.
Hey, thanks.
We'll see you. Ah, they're getting so smart.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
Welcome the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Ida is forecast to be a major hurricane, and it is headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast as we head through the next 36 hours. Time is running out to prepare for what will be a destructive hurricane. Nearly 5 million people under tropical alerts tonight. And one of the places we're most concerned about is New Orleans. You're looking at Bourbon Street live right now. There are evacuation orders issued for parts of the city. There are mandatory evacuations for areas outside the levee system, voluntary inside the system. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or less, really, to prepare. And again, tropical alerts out for nearly 5 million people right now, New Orleans included, and most of the Louisiana coast as well. But also parts of Mississippi and Alabama, Gulfport, and even Mobile are under alerts tonight. We are live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane headed right for the Louisiana coast. I'm meteorologist Jeff Morrow, alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go to Carl right now for the very latest. And we have a new advisory, Carl, from the Hurricane Center. But again, as Ida crossed over western Cuba, we didn't expect it to intensify now. But now that it's back over the water, well, all bets are off.
Yes, exactly. And a lot of concern about just how strong this storm is going to get. And it's forecast now to become a Category 4 hurricane as it is approaching, and that is going to be on Sunday. So now is the time to start thinking about what you might need to do to get ready for the storm, whether it's getting out of town or preparing your home, whatever the case may be. Now is the time to think about that. Conditions are going to start to go downhill by tomorrow night. So really tomorrow night is it. That's going to be your last shot at getting things together, because by Sunday morning it's going to be getting a whole lot worse there in southeast Louisiana and also potentially in southern parts of Mississippi. So here's a look at the latest on the storm. It's a Category 1 hurricane, 80-mile-per-hour winds. The hurricane hunters have been going back and forth and looking at the winds and the storm and not finding a whole lot of change in terms of the intensity. But the storm now offshore, coming off of Cuba, and there's really nothing that's going to hold it back at this point. We talk a lot about limiting factors, whether or not there's going to be some shear or some dry air or what's going on with the ocean temperatures. None of that is going to be unfavorable, and that will allow the storm to go through this period of rapid intensification. So it's expected to get up to 120 miles per hour, and that's going to be by tomorrow at this time. So it becomes a major hurricane in the space of 24 hours. 80 right now, getting up to 120 tomorrow, and you see an increase of 30 knots in 24 hours. That is the definition of rapid intensification. And then it continues to strengthen further up to 140 miles per hour, because again, there really isn't anything holding it back. Now, there may yet be some changes in this. Sometimes there are internal dynamics in hurricanes that can change the way that they intensify or wax and wane in terms of intensification. And that part is really, really difficult to forecast. But at least in terms of the environment, we know that the environment is really optimal for rapid strengthening and for there to be a really intense storm right up until the point of landfall. So one of the huge worries with the storm is going to be the level of storm surge that we see. And you're talking about a life-threatening level of storm surge. It's not going to happen like this at every one of these locations, but rather where conditions are at their worst. And that's going to be, where that core of the storm is coming in, and just ahead of that and to the north and east of that, that's where you're going to maximize that onshore push. And that's where we could be talking about, a water level. It's up to the second story of some homes. So even if you had a home that was way up on stilts, you might not be safe with that level of surge coming through. So keep that in mind. Please, please listen to local officials, because this storm is the real deal. It very much does have the potential to become one of these historic storms. Look at the wind potential right now, the maximum wind gust potential. And you see from New Orleans on westward into Baton Rouge, into Lafayette, into Homa, into New Iberia. In all of these areas, we'll be talking about a level of wind that, first of all, is going to cause widespread power outages, most likely, but second of all, is also going to cause a lot of really significant structural damage. And so it's going to be one of those things where if you get into that eye wall in particular, you're going to be needing to be, completely sheltered and in your safe place for several hours. And that's another, big part of this situation. This storm is really going to slow down, so it's going to last for a long, long time. So here you see a model depiction of the wind field. May not happen exactly like this, but it's meant to give you an idea of how it's happening. So here we go into Sunday morning. We're starting to see a very strong onshore push, water level rise there in Mississippi and Louisiana, especially in that concave area of coastline there. There's a really elaborate system of levees and walls in place in New Orleans that is expected to hold. But, you know, if the core of the storm were to come in just south of New Orleans, that would put a lot of pressure on that system. So, you know, here we go through Sunday, and then at this point, the storm is really starting to slow down. And so you've got this core of incredibly strong wind coming up, but it's just going on and on and on and on, lasting for hours. Onshore push of water over several high tide cycles, just many hours of really intense wind, and then also, huge amount of rainfall on top of that. There we go, 4 o'clock in the morning. So, that's 24 hours later. Remember the position as it was coming in on Sunday morning, and here you're 20 hours later, and it's only gotten that far. So this is what we mean by the long duration of this event. It's going to make everything last that much longer, and it's going to make it that much more difficult because of that. So please keep that in mind. Those tropical storm force winds likely coming in on Sunday morning. And as I mentioned, because the storm is going to be moving so slowly, we expect to see a very large area of likely flash flooding in southeast Louisiana. And, here's another model depiction of this slowing storm here. It's moving in. And then it just starts to crawl up through southeast Louisiana, and that slow motion maximizes the amount of rainfall that we get. So you've got this enormous area of 5 to 6 to 7 inches of rain. And, again, we talked about the levee system in New Orleans, expected to do well in a situation like this. However, if you get, 5 to 6 to 7 inches of rain inside of those levees, there's going to be street flooding in New Orleans inside of the walls. And apparently now, Jeff, we're hearing that, at least one of those pumps is not functioning optimally. At least one.
It might be as many as 2.
Yes. So, that is also a huge issue.
Of course.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit more about the rapid intensification and what that means. Basically, you're looking at an 80-mile-an-hour hurricane right now. Okay, and some folks may look at that. When I look at the folks on Bourbon Street here, I'm thinking they're probably thinking, it's not that big a deal. But it's going to become a big deal, and it's going to become a big deal very quickly. Talk about that.
Yeah, and this is something we've been thinking about for a while now. And, I guess there is a disconnect there because, people might not always think, and there have been some cases where a storm was forecast to be something and it turned out to not be that.
Right.
And so people are more inclined to believe it when it's actually happening. Part of the problem in this case, though, is it's going to happen so fast. That's the whole point of rapid intensification.
Right.
Is, basically between today and tomorrow, we're going to be looking at an entirely different storm, and then everybody's going to freak out at that point. And are they still going to be there and wanting to get out? And will the highways be jammed up at that time as people are trying to get out? I would not want to be in a traffic jam trying to leave with a monster storm. And I think that's something that you and I both have experience with. I know you have a lot more experience being in the field, but I know that when you're out there and you're waiting for a storm to come in and you know that there is this potential that it could get really strong, that's kind of scary.
It is scary.
Because you just don't know exactly where that's going to end up. Yeah, a lot of the modeling is showing that it's going to be somewhere between Cat 3 and Cat 4, but are the models fully capturing what's going to happen here? And intensity forecasting is notoriously difficult.
Yes.
So could it be even stronger than that?
Let's hope not.
Yeah. I mean, these are questions that I would be asking myself.
Yeah. You don't want to take the chance.
Right. I wouldn't want to assume anything. Let's take a look at the wind shear here. And, this is a big part of this. Wind shear is something that certainly, can limit a storm's potential. Here in the blue coloring, you're seeing some very strong winds coming down into the Caribbean there. Notice what happens with the wind as the storm is moving up. You can follow the model tracks there. There's no wind. I mean, what you're looking at here is related to the outflow associated with the storm. And so right over the storm, no strong wind at all. So that is not going to be a limiting factor. How about water? Well, the water temperatures are going to be well above what is necessary to keep a tropical storm, tropical cyclone going. 80 degrees is what is requisite. We're talking about temperatures that will be pushing 90, and it's not just how warm the water is, it's the depth of the warmth as well. In some places, this depth of warm water is going to be down 30, maybe 40 meters in some areas. And so when you've got that level of depth of warmth, even as the storm is churning up the water, where it might sometimes bring some cooler water up from below, and that can have an impact on the intensity. As it's churning up the water, there's nothing but warm water coming up from below. So it's this limitless supply of fuel for the storm, and that also is a big part of what allows a storm to get really, really intense. In a lot of the cases where we've seen incredibly intense storms in history, it's been because there's been a depth to that warmth as well. So this is the intensity guidance here. There is a range in the guidance, which is interesting, but there are several models that are on the high end here, getting up to category 3 to category 4. I'll tell you, there are some other models that are not explicitly intensity models that are even more aggressive than this. And so, Jeff, as we've been saying here, I would not want to take a chance with this. I would not want to put my chips in the, well, maybe it won't turn out to be so bad. That's not what this looks like.
Yeah, that's a dangerous gamble right there.
Yeah.
All right, let's briefly talk about the surge, because again, the surge, and when we talk about surge, some people might not understand what that means. It's basically the water of the ocean, or in this case, the Gulf of Mexico, getting pushed by the winds of the hurricane and pushing them on shore. There was a dramatic, of course, case of that over there at in Florida a couple of years ago. I forget the name of the town that basically got wiped out over there in the Florida Panhandle by the storm surge. And of course, Katrina had a huge storm surge in Biloxi and Gulfport. What are we expecting with this storm?
You might be thinking about Mexico
Beach
with Michael.
Yes.
Yes. And yes, storm surge is a function of the intensity of the storm and also a function of the size of the storm. You've got both of those things. In this case, it's going to be a larger area of strong winds, and it's going to be a very intense storm. So storm surge warning in effect all across southeast Louisiana. And by the way, well inland, this is all wetland in here. So that storm surge could penetrate many, many miles inland. In fact, I think we can put let's take a look here, from the, look at that. Look at that storm surge warning. I mean, that's extending, 50 to 60 to 70 miles inland, because you've got wetlands there. Where you notice there is not a storm surge warning is in New Orleans proper, and that's because of this really elaborate series of levees and walls that have been put in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. It's a $15 billion system. It's expected that it will hold up to all but the most severe of cases. And right now, it looks like the storm is going to be a category 4. It looks like the storm is going to come in maybe just southwest of New Orleans. But does that mean it is not, absolutely not going to come in across New Orleans or as an even stronger storm? No, it doesn't mean that. We don't know that at this point. So just keep that in mind, something to keep in mind. In areas outside of that levee system, like Homa, this is the reasonable worst case scenario for storm surge flooding. Homa could be just devastated by storm surge as this system comes in. Jeff.
All right, you were just talking about New Orleans. Well, let's go to New Orleans, where meteorologist Mike Seidel has a breakdown of the dangerous rainfall that also could cause some big problems to the Crescent City.
Here in New Orleans, they're getting ready for what will likely be the biggest threat from a tropical system since Katrina hit 16 years ago on Sunday. Hurricane warnings are up. We have storm surge warnings for the area lakes, Lake Borgne, Lake Pontchartrain, and that's because of the wind. We're going to be on the east side of Ida as it comes in later on Sunday night. That's going to push the water up the Mississippi into Lake Borgne and into Lake Pontchartrain. Right now, we're expecting a surge on Borgne of 7 to 11 feet and 4 to 7 feet in Pontchartrain. That's above normally dry ground. Then you throw in the fact that half of the city is below sea level. It's like a big bowl. So they've got to pump the water out. They've got that levee protection system to lower the risk, and that's going to be turned on. But we're expecting a lot of rainfall, and the pumping system can only handle about an inch the first hour and a half an inch succeeding hours. So that's going to put this pumping system, levee system, to a test come Sunday and Monday. We're looking at least 5 to 8 inches of rain. So we got the wind issue. pushing the water up. We've got the rainfall issue. Then we just have the wind issue from a structural and wind damage perspective. Right now, we're expecting wind gusts at least hurricane force. They could be higher if the track of Ida wobbles to the east. We still have a couple of days for that track to shift a little east or west. That's going to knock out power. We could have some structural damage, too. So a whole litany of significant issues from a major hurricane forecast to come in as a Cat 4 to our west later on Sunday and Sunday night. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, on the river in New Orleans.
All right, thanks, Mike. And he's right. There's a whole plethora of things that we have to be concerned about here. And he mentioned the rainfall, and not only for southern Louisiana, but all across the South. We've had a lot of rain recently, and so the ground really is saturated in many areas, particularly down in Louisiana and also all the way up into Tennessee, where we had just unbelievable amounts of rain just west of Nashville. All right, so the hurricane by Monday slowly moving north, as Carl was mentioning. As it moves north, it's going to continue to put down this locally heavy rain, again, these tropical rains. And again, on saturated ground, that could cause some big problems across parts of the deep south. So that's one other issue, not only along the coast, but inland, that we'll have to watch with Ida.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Would you like to try a burger made with plants?
Plants.
It's delicious, and I am a kid, so if I like it...
Morningstar Farms, America's favorites made from plants. And try incognito.
With the Capital One Saver Card, you earn unlimited 4% cash back on dining out, 4% on entertainment, 4% on takeout and popular streaming, and now 3% at grocery stores. Earn unlimited cash back for going out or staying in with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
At Dog Chow, we believe helping dogs live their best life should be simple. That's why Dog Chow is made with real chicken and no fillers. Purina Dog Chow. Keep life simple.
Turn your passion into a paycheck. Start your business and keep it running with LegalZoom. LegalZoom, let's make it official.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Hey. Plus the players in my squad. Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
What up? I'm Sean's brain. And when he's hungry, I wander. And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Claritin D improves nasal airflow 2 times more than the leading allergy spray at hour 1. Claritin D. Get more airflow.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Have you been thinking about learning a new language? Welcome to Babbel. Created by language experts, Babbel's lessons are built around teaching you real-life conversations.
Salut Finn, tu vas bien?
Oui, je suis à Paris pour le week-end.
With 15 minutes a day, you can start speaking confidently in a few weeks.
Salut Finn, comment ça va?
Très bien, merci. Et toi?
Babbel. Start learning today at babbel.com.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose Stamps.com to mail and ship? No more trips to the post office. No more paying full price for postage. And great rates from USPS and UPS. Mail letters. Ship packages. Anytime, anywhere. For less. A lot less. Get our special TV offer. A 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/try and never go to the post office again.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our coverage of a very dangerous hurricane that is now coming up from the south. It made landfall earlier today in Cuba. We're talking about Ida, which is a Category 1 hurricane right now on its way to becoming a Category 4 storm by Sunday morning. There you see the latest from the Hurricane Center. We got an advisory at 11 p.m. No real big changes in that advisory. Still looking at the same basic forecast ideas here in the path narrowing, showing a landfall in Louisiana most likely, but of course you don't want to focus on that one point because the storm is a very large system and there's going to be impact well outside of that forecast cone. This is not an impacts cone. It's just showing you where the center is most likely to be and the average forecast error as you go out in time. And so right now the best guess is that the storm comes in a little to the west and southwest of New Orleans, but then begins to turn to the north and really slows down. So this could be a very high impact event for a lot of reasons. One, because the storm is going to be so strong. The other, because it's going to slow down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. And I want to show you quickly a live picture of New Orleans right now. And, you know, the crowds here, Jeff, you know, we've been sort of amazed by this. Now, you know, New Orleans is a very hurricane savvy place. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, this is not your average storm. This is a storm that is forecast to be a Category 4. And, you know, you couldn't say that it's absolutely not going to get any stronger than that. Intensity forecasting is really tricky. And everything's in place for it to get really strong. So, you know, what's to hold it back? It's hard to say, you know.
Yeah, we as meteorologists see the urgency here, but obviously some of the folks down on Bourbon Street, not at this moment, but hopefully in the next 24 hours, they will maybe see the light, so to speak. All right, well, Ida to make landfall on a day that sends shivers down the backs of those living in coastal Louisiana. Yeah, we're talking about Katrina. Well, on Monday, it's the anniversary of one of the most destructive hurricanes that we've ever seen in the U.S.
You know, we're looking at a Sunday landfall. That is the anniversary of Katrina. We have canceled our memorial services there this weekend, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families. And, you know, we know this is a tough time for them. The 167 people who died during Katrina. And, you know, we want that to be a message to our citizens now to make sure that they prepared for this event and so that we can move forward sooner after this storm.
Well, Katrina, one of the storms that virtually exploded in the Gulf. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, talks about others that turned into powerful hurricanes just before making landfall along the Gulf Coast.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these is, over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And this is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen and strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
And the Hurricane Center is forecasting a rapidly developing system. And it looks like maybe some of the outer bands by Sunday morning could be encroaching on southern Louisiana and moving up through the New Orleans area. Then here comes the actual center right up just east of Vermilion Bay and maybe up toward the Iberia area, and then continuing to slowly pull inland. With that kind of timing, we're talking about tremendous amounts of rain here. Some of these areas may be over a foot right down toward the Gulf Coast, but many areas anywhere from 6 to 10 inches. That on top of the strong winds and the storm surge, this could be very, very bad.
The Subaru Forester. Dog tested, dog approved.
Make this the summer of sand on the floorboard and mud on the tires, where one wave introduced you to 1,000 friends you didn't know you had, and one spirit of adventure took you places you hadn't dreamed existed. Make this the summer you discovered there's only one. Make this the summer of Jeep.
Get $2,250 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Plus, get 3 years no-cost maintenance with the Jeep Wave program.
Psoriatic arthritis made my joints stiff, swollen, painful.
Tremfya is approved to help reduce joint symptoms in adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Some patients even felt less fatigued.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Tremfya. Emerge Tremfyant. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
If Physicians Mutual were a friend of yours, we'd be like Eddie here, loyal, dependable, and always there for you. We'd be the one you'd talk to about retirement, the complexities of Medicare, and the coverage you'd need. We'd listen and give you straightforward answers. Think of us as your devoted retirement friend. At Physicians Mutual, we'll help you find the coverage you need so you can have the retirement you deserve. Oh, good boy.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets. Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
Finding a companion at this age, it's a gift.
I just love where I'm at right now.
Silver Singles gave me my life back.
Rediscover the magic of dating with Silver Singles. Sign up today at silversingles.com.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. We're at the ballpark, across the nation, and just down the street. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
Crack open a Budweiser and make the most of summer's last barbecues and poolside hangs. This Labor Day weekend, enjoy the last sips of summer by picking up Budweiser today.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
All right, we're looking at the Red Stick, as they call it, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the capital of Louisiana, state capital, and looks like traffic moving pretty well there. I think that's I-10 that we're looking at, and nobody appears to be in a big rush right now to get away from the coast, but I think I-10 may fill up a bit, Carl, as we head on through the next 24 hours. And here we're looking, I believe here, is this is also Baton Rouge? Yeah, I believe that's the I-10 bridge over the Mississippi River we're looking at there. And that looks like it's backing up just a little bit. So there is a lot of traffic moving. Remember, it is about 10:30 local time here. So getting a little bit later. I-10, a well-traveled thoroughfare, obviously. But yeah, let's hope that it doesn't get backed up too much in the next well, 24 hours or so, because you don't have much time after that.
But you know what? Better to be in a little bit of traffic tonight.
Right.
With the weather being, pretty good, distance away in time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what you absolutely don't want to do is be stuck in traffic, say at this time tomorrow night, with the storm closing in. I mean, that to me would be terrifying.
You're looking at the Pontchartrain Causeway here, again, moving to north and southbound. I believe the bright lights are moving southbound toward New Orleans, and then the tail lights moving away. I do know that during Katrina, the causeway was shut down once the winds got to a certain level, and so that way to get out of New Orleans will probably be cut off. My guess would be sometime as we head into the day Sunday.
And there you see a live look at I-10 and traffic moving very nicely along I-10 tonight. We have been, sort of amazed at what we've been seeing in New Orleans. We have a live picture of New Orleans right now for you, and wonderful city, a great place to visit. I have always enjoyed it every time I've been there. But we've been a little surprised at the level of activity there in New Orleans. It's obviously very hard to tell what people are thinking, but there doesn't appear to be that much concern about a possible Category 4 storm coming in very close to New Orleans in the space of, about 36 to 48 hours. It's pretty amazing.
It is pretty amazing right now. And I guess if you're going to party down there on Bourbon Street, which these folks seem to be doing, better do it tonight, because tomorrow I think things will be changing, and the worst of the weather may actually start to come in as we head on into tomorrow night. So maybe just a little over 24 hours from now, we could start to see some of the rain bands moving in.
Yeah, this storm has got a couple of things. It's not only going to be very intense, it's also going to be a larger storm. So the area of strong winds, or the wind field as we call it, is going to be rather large. Let's take a look at some of the particulars on the storm. We got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center. at 11 p.m. And so still now an 80-mile-per-hour storm. It is moving towards the northwest at 15 miles per hour. And as you look at the satellite picture, we're seeing a little bit of a waning of the convection here, maybe a little bit of dry air penetrating on the north side, but that is just going to be a temporary setback. We expect that the storm is going to be really sitting in optimal conditions for the next couple of days. Very low wind shear. We're looking at, no dry air, big dry air intrusions. And also the water temperatures are just off the charts all along the path of the storm here. And that is a big part of what's going to allow it to get so much stronger. So it is forecast to be a 140-mile-per-hour storm. Now, keep in mind that intensity forecasting is very challenging. Sometimes it's about more than just the environment. You can see internal changes in a storm, and you can see some sort of waxing and waning in intensity for that reason. So it's tough to figure out exactly how strong the storm is going to be. But just knowing that it's going to be in that vicinity, just knowing that, that should be scary enough for you, because, maybe it ends up being a little weaker as it's coming on shore. And in fact, it's forecast to drop back a little bit as it's starting to move onshore. But at the same time, it's also possible that it gets even a little bit stronger than what is forecast, because, again, there's very little that is holding it back. So, I would just be really, really starting to think now about what you might want to do. Let's say we're at this time tomorrow night and you've got this storm approaching and it's a whole different animal. Where would you have wanted to be? What would you have wanted to do? Because by tomorrow night, you're really getting to a point where it's almost too late to do anything for your house. The wind's already going to start to be moving in at that point. Really tremendous surge potential. It's going to be just off the charts here. Surge being a function of intensity, but also size. The storm has both of those things happening at the same time, so it's going to be a life-threatening level of storm surge. Please, please listen to your local officials. And then this really sizable area of strong winds. So New Orleans, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, Homa, in all these areas, we'll be looking at not just power outages, but significant structural damage as well.
Summer is a state of mind you can visit anytime. Savor your summer with Lincoln.
Finding a companion at this age, it's a gift.
I just love where I'm at right now.
Silver Singles gave me my life back.
Rediscover the magic of dating with Silver Singles. Sign up today at silversingles.com.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? It's because they rub against you, creating friction. And your clothes rub against you all day. For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Just pour into the rinse dispenser, and Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer, fluffier, and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle, recognized by the National Psoriasis Foundation and National Eczema Association.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets. Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
Liberty Mutual customized car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. How much money can Liberty Mutual save you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2,807. $17,808. Yep, everything hurts.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Keep moving, keep moving.
Peloton Plant Dads, y'all are crushing it on the leaderboard. Show some love. High five a friend across the country or right next door. Let's go, Peloton. Hit the mat for core. No ego, amigo? Modify if you need to. So many milestones today.
Game-changing cardio at a new game-changing price. The original Peloton bike. Now $39 a month. All access membership separate.
I'm the talk of the town. I I know you're feeling it now. Come on and move to the sound. And keep it going, and turn it up loud. I got a good feeling. Yeah.
Transitions, light under control.
Starting at the tip of my toes. Feel it in my head and my clothes.
Transition Signature Gen 8. Available now in 4 vibrant style colors. Transitions.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
We got a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center at 11 Eastern, 10 Central. As of that time, the wind had not changed. The maximum sustained wind still at 80 miles per hour, Category 1 hurricane. The pressure has come up just a bit, and we expected that because it crossed over western Cuba. It crossed over land, and so it may have weakened just a tad, but we think that that is very temporary. The movement still to the northwest rather rapidly at about 15 miles per hour, so it's going to cross the Gulf in about a day and a half, I think, and then start to approach southern Louisiana, definitely as we get probably the latter part of the day on your Sunday. All right, so let's take a look at the Pontchartrain Causeway. I believe that's what we're looking at. There it is. And again, the cars that you see on the right, the tail lights, the red tail lights moving away. I believe those are moving up toward Mandeville on the north shore. And all the bright, very bright lights coming towards you, the headlights, would be coming down toward New Orleans. So there's a pretty steady stream of cars right now, both moving away and coming in. So it doesn't look like a lot of folks, Carl, are evacuating or moving out right now. There's a lot of traffic out there. But as you mentioned earlier, maybe if there were a time to do it, maybe now or overnight or maybe early during the day tomorrow when there isn't that much traffic on the roads.
Well, certainly that's what I would be thinking about because, you know, as we know, there have been some cases in history where everybody tried to get out all at once and it turned out to be just awful. I mean, Rita is the most obvious example of that. With
I remember
Houston.
that well.
Yeah. And I think that actually led to more implementation of contraflow policies all around the country. But, you know, this is all happening very fast. I mean, this is all, you know, this forecast has just really changed in the space of the last couple of days. And now we're just a couple of days away, not even that, as a matter of fact. You know, by the time we get into this time tomorrow, the wind is going to be picking up along the coast and it's going to start to pile the water up as well. And that is a function of the size of the storm, and it's going to be a larger storm and also the intensity of the storm. So storm surge warning now in effect in coastal areas of Louisiana and into Mississippi. And I want you to also notice how far inland these storm surge warnings penetrate. So if we go from these barrier islands off to the northwest there, just south of I-10, look at that. That is nearly 90 miles inland. That's amazing when you think about it. So there's a terrific amount of intertidal areas, marshland, that kind of thing, and the water is going to come through those areas. And, you know, what's good about all of that intertidal area is that it tends to dampen the wave action and can reduce the impact of the surge. But, you know, that is still widespread potential storm surge flooding there. Now, in New Orleans, they've got a really elaborate series of levees and flood walls put in place after Katrina. $15 billion system. It is thought that that system will protect New Orleans in all but the very worst of storms. But, you know, this storm is going to be up there. It's going to be a serious one. And so it's going to be a real test for that system. And let's go in depth on how the levees work and what could cause one to fail. Here's meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Like the roads and bridges you use every day, levees are just another piece of the infrastructure often taken for granted. Until there's a problem. Levees are surprisingly common in the U.S. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 1 out of 5 counties have levees. About 100,000 miles of levees wind their way across the nation. But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for just 14,400 miles, or about 15%. The remaining 85,000 or so miles fall under many different local, state, and federal jurisdictions. At their simplest, a levee is just a pile of dirt or wall of concrete meant to hold back the water.
There are 4 primary reasons why levees fail. They include seepage, stability, erosion, and height.
Water can seep through the levee, weakening the structure from within. When a section of levee slides away, that's called a stability failure. So-called toe erosion can steepen the levee slope until the now unstable structure collapses. Finally, the levee just isn't high enough. Water flows over the top, causing the levee to fail from the top down. But most well-maintained levees don't fail. And today, hundreds of communities depend on levees for their livelihoods and even their lives.
So again, there's a really elaborate system of levees and floodwalls in and around New Orleans. It is thought that that is going to do a really good job of protecting them in this case. And in fact, this is a model, really sophisticated model from the National Hurricane Center, which shows us the reasonable worst case scenario. So how bad could things get based on how strong the storm is, how large the storm is, and the way that it's coming in and the nature of the topography on the coastline here. So here you see the reasonable worst case scenario for Houma. If the eye wall were to come in just to the south, the way that it would drive water into Houma would be a really big deal. You see many, many streets, they're covered by 3 to 6 feet and then even over 6 feet of storm surge. That would be a huge storm surge event there. And again, local officials tell you to get out. Please do listen to them. Now, up into New Orleans, you notice the absence of color around New Orleans. And so what this is the model showing you what the system is likely to do, that the system is likely to protect New Orleans. There's going to be pressure that is put on it, most likely, and there's also going to be rain falling inside of those walls, and that too is going to be an issue, and at least one of the pumps is now down. But to the north, outside of the walls there in Slidell, we could be looking at significant flooding there into Mississippi near Bay St. Louis, Shoreline Park, also potentially looking at flooding, and then past Christiane, another area where we could be looking at some serious storm surge flooding if things happen in a certain way. We'll have much more on this very dangerous storm coming up in just a moment.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome.
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Get ready. Our most popular battery is even more powerful. The stronger, lasts longer Energizer Max.
Oh no. Man, I think they look good, man.
Smooth. They are a little tight.
Like, too tight? Might just need to break them in a little bit because you don't want them too loose.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive.
True.
With 24/7 roadside assistance.
Okay. Think I'm gonna wear these home.
Excellent choice.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. As America's lender and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball, we fund more than 30,000 home loans each month, saving you money and providing mortgage solutions that are personalized, convenient, and fast, and tailored to the most important home team of all, yours. Give us a call at 844-751-LOAN or visit us online today. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
I wanna see you stand. I wanna feel you be proud. I wanna hear you beating heart. Live out loud. Stand up now. Live to be proud. Stand up now.
Tame your property with a DR trimmer mower. It trims, it mows, it even cuts brush. These machines are built to take a beating. Our durable heavy-duty cord is ideal for tough trimming tasks. Choose from gas-powered, battery-powered, towable models. Walk or ride, there's a DR trimmer mower that's right for you.
Go online to drtrimmer.com to request your free product catalog. All DR trimmers are now on sale and free shipping is in effect. Plus, with our easy financing plan, you can get your trimmer mower today and pay for it with low monthly payments. Hurry, this offer won't last, so go online today. That's drtrimmer.com.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
with a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job?
Don't miss Working Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
Heavy to very heavy rains now, rocking Savlamar, pounding Savlamar. Savlamar could be flooded here in Jamaica.
This might have been when Ida wasn't even Ida yet. It could have been when, as it was a tropical depression or maybe a storm. In any event, it did bring a lot of rain to the island of Jamaica. Several inches of rain coming down across the island, leading to some localized flooding. Meanwhile, in parts of western Cuba, rain and wind from Ida slammed the Isle of Youths. Ida made landfall there earlier today as it pushed now across western Cuba and is reemerged into the Gulf. And that means it's headed for the U.S. coast. So let's get you caught up with some of the latest information that we have. And again, you're looking at folks that, well, they're taking it fairly seriously. Louisiana's governor has activated all 5,000 troops in the Louisiana National Guard for emergency deployment as needed. FEMA plans to send nearly 150 medical personnel and dozens of ambulances to the Gulf Coast to help the strained hospital system because of COVID. Meanwhile, the Louisiana Department of Transportation plans to suspend several tolls in the affected areas. And Carl, as we mentioned earlier, looks like a lot of the traffic is moving very, very quickly. I know one of the toll roads is the causeway there, the Pontchartrain Causeway, but sounds like that will be lifted, so it'll be easier for folks to get around if they want to.
Until the wind gets strong enough that they
then they'll close it.
And then they'll close it. And there we're looking at a live look at I-10. And you see there's a little more traffic there. Do we know whether this is going out of town, this traffic here?
That's in Baton Rouge.
Okay, so that is, oh, that's a bridge?
I think that's in Baton Rouge.
Okay, okay. Yeah. All right. Baton Rouge, and there we definitely see some traffic there. You know, certainly seems like more than would be normally the case at this time of night on a Friday. So certainly there are people who are thinking about getting out of harm's way, and we just want to point out a few things. If you are thinking about evacuating, of course, it's good to decide where you want to go and how you'd get there early on before you're even deciding to evacuate. The best option is a friend's home outside of the evacuation zone. If you're in a safe place, you can be a friend's evacuation destination. And of course, you want to think about your pets as well. So a number of things to consider in terms of evacuation destinations. Let's show you this frame very quickly. I read a couple of things here. So, you know, again, the main thing is have a plan and start thinking now about how you would feel if things are different. I mean, it's kind of hard to put yourself in that place sometimes. I know that because, you know, what we're looking at right now is a Category 1 storm, and it's forecast to get a lot stronger. But, you know, certainly people have had the experience where the storm was forecast to be something and it didn't turn out to be that way. Don't count on that in this case because we really don't see anything that's going to impede the intensity of this storm. Now, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be some internal dynamics that change it, and maybe we do see, you know, some slight weakening at the very last. But in terms of the environment, in terms of the lack of wind shear, in terms of the exceptionally warm water, the great depth to that warmth, in terms of the lack of dry air, these are all things that can impede a tropical cyclone's intensity. None of this is there. It's not there. It's not happening. So, you know, for that reason, we think this thing has the potential to be an exceptionally strong storm as it's coming in. A Category 4 storm is what it's forecast to be. There are some models that are not explicitly intensity models that show an even stronger storm than this. So, you know, that's out there. There is this potential because, again, you have none of these limiting factors, or, you know, there's not very much to the way that they could limit this storm. So this could be a really, really big deal. And just think now about how you would feel if we're into this time tomorrow night and it's a 130-mile-per-hour storm and closing in, and it's going to be coming into the coast the following morning, because this is all going to happen very, very quickly. The storm surge potential is going to be enormous here, and it's not just a coastal affair because you've got all these intertidal areas, you've got all these wetlands, and so that storm surge warning actually extends well inland across a huge part of southeast Louisiana, from Grand Isle into Homa, and then over into Morgan City and New Iberia as well. 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. And, you know, if it comes in just right, it's going to put a lot of pressure on that really elaborate system of levees and walls that have been put in place in New Orleans post Hurricane Katrina. Wind could be huge here in southeastern Louisiana. Not just because the storm is very strong, but also because it's really going to slow down. So it's going to be many, many hours. So from New Orleans on westward across I-10, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, to the south and Homa, Morgan City, and all of those areas, we could be talking about a level of wind that could cause structural damage in addition to widespread tree and power line damage. And again, here's the core of the storm starting to come on shore at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then it just takes forever to slowly move in, and it takes forever to continue to move off to the north. That's Sunday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We're starting to really get hit hard there potentially in New Orleans, unless somehow it swings a little wider and a little farther west. And then, you know, a full 12 hours later, going into early Monday morning, we're still getting hammered by that strong wind in New Orleans and Baton Rouge and all these areas. So a long duration event here setting up for the northern Gulf Coast. Much more coming up.
Oh, that spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat. Ooh, yeah, that's nice.
Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password?
It's Buick Envision. That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking.
Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it. Let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions. Crystals up.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Monday payday, Tuesday payday, Wednesday payday, Thursday payday, Friday payday, Saturday payday, Sunday payday. Payday. Payday.
Whenever you're ready. When you're ready, come and get it. When you're ready, come and get it.
When you're shopping for a new vehicle, how do you know which brand you can trust? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand winner 7 years in a row. In fact, Subaru has won most trusted brand for more consecutive years than any other brand. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their best overall brand, once again. It's easy to love a brand you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you, like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life, Life Cuisine.
Finding a companion at this age, it's a gift.
I just love where I'm at right now.
Silver Singles gave me my life back.
Rediscover the magic of dating with Silver Singles. Sign up today at silversingles.com.
Dish makes TV easy. Prime Video, it's easy.
And then click Prime Video.
The app is now right there with all your live TV.
You've got this.
We've got this. They got this. Dish, streaming and live TV all in one place.
Ida is forecast to be a major hurricane, and it is headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast as we head through tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night. Time is running out to prepare for what will be a destructive hurricane. Nearly 5 million people under tropical alerts tonight. One of the places we're most concerned about is New Orleans. You're looking at a live shot of the revelers down there on Bourbon Street. There are evacuation orders issued for parts of New Orleans, believe it or not. Not looking at that, doesn't look like folks are evacuating. They're voluntary within the levee system. Outside of it, though, mandatory. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or less to prepare. And tropical alerts are out for nearly 5 million people right now, New Orleans included, and most of the Louisiana coast, parts of Mississippi and Alabama, Gulfport, and even Mobile under alerts tonight. We are live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, 12 Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane headed for the U.S., particularly for Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Jeff Marr alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go now to Carl for the very latest. And again, we had that new advisory as of the 11 p.m. Eastern time. Not much change there as it was crossing over western Cuba, Ida was. But now that it has re-entered into the Gulf, we should see what we call rapid intensification.
Yes, and there's so many things that are troubling about the storm. One is the fact that we are going to see this period of rapid intensification where it gets much, much stronger between tonight and tomorrow night. So, you know, people are looking at this going, well, it's a Category 1. Well, could very well be a Category 3 by this time tomorrow night, and closing in on being a Category 4. So the structure, the character of the storm is going to change dramatically. That's one thing. We don't have a whole lot of time here. That's another. It's going to be a large storm. It's going to be a slow-moving storm. It's going to last for a long period of time, and it's going to be one of the strongest storms that we've seen hit the northern Gulf Coast in quite a while. So let's talk a little bit more about the forecast and what we're expecting from the storm. The National Hurricane Center really zeroing in on what they're expecting out of the storm. We are, by the way, in the satellite presentation seeing a little bit of waning of the convection near the core right now, but we expect that to be a temporary setback, so to speak. And so the storm on its way to most likely becoming a major hurricane by this time tomorrow, and then getting up to 140 miles per hour. That is the explicit forecast for early Sunday morning. And then as it starts to come in, we may see some slight weakening, maybe coming back just a little bit as it's starting to tangle with the coastline. And then you notice here, these are 12-hour increments. So, that's an incredibly slow motion, and that's going to amplify everything. That is going to make everything last that much longer. The wind's going to go on and on and on. We're going to be looking at storm surge over several high tide cycles. We're going to be looking at a terrific amount of rain as well. These storm surge values are huge here. You do not want to be anywhere near the coast. Please listen to local officials. And, they've got a really elaborate system of levees, a very sophisticated system that was put in place after Katrina. And the thinking is that that holds in all but the most extreme of cases. But this may be approaching an extreme case. And so this is going to be a real test for that system. And also there's going to be a terrific amount of rain falling inside of the wall. So there certainly could be street flooding. At least one of the pumps is now non-operational. Here's the max wind gust potential. And so this is to the level where you're not going to be talking about just trees and power lines down, but actual structural damage as well, from New Orleans on westward into Baton Rouge, into Morgan City, into Houma, into Lafayette, into all of these areas. Could be a really significant windstorm with a lot of damage right around that core of the storm in particular. And here's one model forecast. Now I want you to take a look at how the storm moves right in. So that's Sunday morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, maybe that eye wall coming right into Plaquemines Parish and into Grand Isle. And then watch as we go into Sunday afternoon. Now, again, it may not happen exactly like this. It's possible that the storm could be a little further east, could be a little further west. And obviously, if it moves farther east or farther west, that could have an impact on exactly when it comes in. But in this scenario, you're getting into that really strong wind and very heavy rain in New Orleans around the middle of the day on Sunday. And then we'll step forward 6 hours, and it takes that long for the storm just to move a tiny little bit more up towards the northwest side of Lake Pontchartrain. So that is a really prolonged period of very strong wind and very heavy rain. And then it continues to just crawl along, moving up 55, going into Monday morning at 11 a.m. So again, all of the impacts are going to be amplified. They're going to be drawn out because of that very slow forward speed. Here you see the rain total forecast. Enormous area of 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 inches of rainfall in that orange shading there. And this is a model blended product, so it kind of smooths things out a little bit. There could certainly be a lot more than that in some isolated areas. And again, that's going to put pressure on New Orleans because of all the water that is falling inside the levee system. Even as they're trying to hold the water out with the levees, there's going to be water getting in, and they're going to, try to pump that out as quickly as they can. And they've got very strong pumps there, but it's certainly going to put a lot of pressure on the system all the way around. And the rain total forecast showing you how it all lifts up and into Mississippi. So that flash flood threat will extend well inland and will go into Monday and Tuesday as well. So a lot of different impacts here. And, just one of the strongest storms that we've seen hit potentially in a long, long time.
Let's talk a little bit more about this rapid intensification. Explain, if you will, what are the ingredients that would come together for rapid intensification? And on the flip side of that, if it were to weaken, what would be some of the things that could weaken it?
Well, I think one of the main things that's really difficult to forecast are changes in the internal dynamics of the storm. And so, for example, when you've got a really intense hurricane, oftentimes you see what's called an eye wall replacement cycle. And usually when that happens, the inner eye wall contracts and then falls apart. An outer eye wall develops and replaces that. And so the storm becomes less intense, and the area of strong winds also begins to expand out. So that type of thing is very, very difficult to forecast. So that could have an impact on the intensity and the size of the area of strong winds. But when we talk about environmental factors, we look for things that might limit the intensity of the storm. We're not seeing that in this case. I mean, this is a wind shear. So these are very strong winds coming down from the north here. You put that over top of the hurricane, you're talking about a whole different ball game. But watch what happens with this, and we'll follow the model forecast as it moves out to the northwest. Look at what's going on with the wind shear there. You see some off to the northeast. That is actually a function of the outflow of the hurricane. So that's related to the hurricane. But in the vicinity of the hurricane itself, almost no wind. Almost no wind. Okay, that's really, really troubling in terms of the potential intensity of the storm. Another big factor is the warm water, and there's more than enough of that. 80 degrees is what is requisite to keep storms going. We're going to be approaching 90 in some cases, but it's not just the warmth at the surface, it's the depth of that warmth as well. You've got water temperatures in the middle 80s that go down 30 meters in some areas. And so as the storm is getting stronger and stronger and it's churning up the water, a lot of times it would bring up cooler water, and that would serve to limit the intensity. But when you've got such a great depth to that warmth, it can churn up the water, and it's just bringing up nothing but warmer water. and the result is it's got a limitless supply of fuel to feed on. So these are all things that will allow the storm to be very, very strong. Now, there is a range in the intensity guidance, but there are a lot of really solid models that take the storm up to Category 3/Category 4. And so the official forecast is right now at the high end of that intensity guidance. However, you know, at this point, because intensity forecasting is very difficult, you know, you could be just devastating in those areas. I mean, there again is the wind forecast. And so the areas that Jeff just mentioned, these are areas that are south of I-10 and down in there. I mean, you know, it's hard to see how those areas are going to escape an incredibly powerful storm and a long lasting one on top of that. Let's take a look at the wind forecast here and show you how this is going to happen. It may not happen exactly like this, but it's meant to give you an idea. And so let's say that it does happen like this. Here we see the eye wall coming in, and that is, you know, going into Sunday afternoon. And so from Grand Isle over into Houma, and then eventually towards Morgan City as well, could very well be that you get right into that eye wall. And so that part of the storm, that core of the storm, that is where the very worst of the wind is. And also you're going to be maximizing the surge potential in that area near the eye wall there as well. So, you know, in those parts of Louisiana, I would not want to be in those areas. For one thing, the surge potential could be enormous in Houma. In fact, I want to show you something called what is called the reasonable worst case scenario. This is a product from the Hurricane Center showing you how bad it could be if things happen, you know, in a particular way. And so looking at the storm surge potential, the reasonable worst case scenario in Houma, I mean, that's bad. That's really bad. That's, you know, widespread areas of 3 to 6 feet of storm surge and then 6 to 9 feet as well. You know, that's a large area that's being affected. Thibodaux as well, seeing some of that. And then, you know, by the time you get over into Morgan City, it's not as pronounced because of the terrain there. But then we see Franklin, another area where there could be some serious flooding. So, you know, for that reason, I would not want to be along the coast in those areas. I mean, you've got the wind to be concerned about because of that eye wall coming in. But then you've also got this surge potential, which is huge and also extends well inland. It's not just on the coast. I mean, look at this. This is pretty amazing. We did this earlier. So if you go from these barrier islands and you follow this inland, that storm surge warning, that's 85 miles inland because these are all intertidal areas here. These are all wetlands. And, you know, that's good to an extent because they can absorb a lot of the wave action and the surge here. But those areas that are within that intertidal area, like Houma and like Morgan City, New Iberia, I would not want to be in those spots with a storm like this coming in.
All right, let's go back to New Orleans, though. That's where we've been focusing a lot of our attention, and with good reason. Meteorologist Mike Seidel was there during the day today, and he has a breakdown of all the dangers, particularly rainfall, that Ida could bring to the Crescent City.
Here in New Orleans, they're getting ready for what will likely be the biggest threat from a tropical system since Katrina hit 16 years ago on Sunday. Hurricane warnings are up. We have storm surge warnings for the area lakes, Lake Borgne, Lake Pontchartrain, and that's because of the wind. We're going to be on the east side of Ida as it comes in later on Sunday night. That's going to push the water up the Mississippi into Lake Borgne and into Lake Pontchartrain. Right now, we're expecting a surge on Borgne of 7 to 11 feet and 4 to 7 feet in Pontchartrain. That's above normally dry ground. Then you throw in the fact that half of this city is below sea level. It's like a big bowl. So they've got to pump the water out. They've got that levee protection system to lower the risk, and that's going to be turned on. But we're expecting a lot of rainfall, and the pumping system can only handle about 1 inch the first hour and 1/2 inch succeeding hours. So that's going to put this pumping system, levee system, to a test come Sunday and Monday. We're looking at least 5 to 8 inches of rain. So we got the wind issue pushing the water up. We've got the rainfall issue. Then we just have the wind issue from a structural and wind damage perspective. Right now, we're expecting wind gusts at least hurricane force. They could be higher if the track of Ida wobbles to the east. We still have a couple of days for that track to shift a little east or west. That's going to knock out power. We could have some structural damage, too. So a whole litany of significant issues from a major hurricane forecast to come in as a Cat 4 to our west later on Sunday and Sunday night. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel, on the river in New Orleans.
All right, Michael, on the Mississippi River there in the Crescent City. Let's talk a little bit about rain farther inland. I know we've been really honing in, and with good reason, on Louisiana. But that rain will spread inland as the hurricane moves inland as well, basically making a track kind of like that I'm drawing on here. Notice this big bullseye, this yellow and orange and even purple, if you will, or pink, that's just west of Nashville. That's with the horrendous flash flood that happened near the town of Waverly that took 20 people's lives. But the main takeaway from this over the past 7 days is how much rain really has fallen across just about all of the southeast. So you throw in a hurricane, particularly one which is going to slow down and have all this tropical moisture with it. And that's just adding insult to injury here. We're talking about a big flash flooding potential, not only in Louisiana, but spreading right up along the Mississippi, southern Mississippi River Valley, through the state of Mississippi, and then into maybe even western parts of Alabama and Tennessee, where they absolutely don't need any more rain, and then gradually spreading up west of the Appalachian Mountains as we head through the day Tuesday and on into Wednesday. So a couple of the models that we look at here, the main ones, show the same general track of all this rain, basically moving its way from Louisiana right on up through Jackson, Mississippi. I mean, even Jackson itself here, when you look at the top here, at the legend, that's over 8 inches of rain. So that kind of rain is going to cause some flooding issues there. And that was the European model. And there's really not much difference, maybe a little bit farther east with the GFS, but still the heaviest rain near the Gulf Coast, but plenty of heavy rain spreading northbound as well. So the effects of Ida are going to be felt well inland, even into the middle of next.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. As America's lender and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball, we fund more than 30,000 home loans each month, providing jobs and investing in hometowns just like yours. So no matter if you're taking your little angels to see the Angels, or if you're watching the first pitch at Loan Depot Park or anywhere in between, Team Loan Depot is by your side. We're at the ballpark, across the nation, and just down the street, saving you money and providing mortgage solutions that are personalized, convenient, and fast. And tailored to the most important home team of all, yours. Give us a call at 844-751-LOAN or visit us online today. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
Welcome to Allstate, where our new auto rates are so low, you'll jump for joy. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
This is new Special K Dipped, with crunchy flakes dipped in creamy, chocolatey goodness and tossed with real almonds. New Kellogg's Special K Dipped. Do what's delicious.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Finding a companion at this age, it's a gift.
I just love where I'm at right now.
Silver Singles gave me my life back.
Rediscover the magic of dating with Silver Singles. Sign up today at silversingles.com.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you, like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life, Life Cuisine.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Why do nearly 1 million businesses choose Stamps.com to mail and ship? No more trips to the post office. No more paying full price for postage. And great rates from USPS and UPS. Mail letters. Ship packages. Anytime, anywhere. For less. A lot less. Get our special TV offer. A 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to Stamps.com/try and never go to the post office again.
Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got that Bourbon Street steak with the Oreo shake. Get some whipped cream on the top two. 2 straws, 1 shot, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in the styrofoam. Squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. Some Alabama jam and she my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Working Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
In New Orleans, the message from city leaders is clear.
This is the time to take action.
As Ida approaches the Gulf of Mexico, people across the Gulf Coast are scrambling to get ready.
I just left Sam's to buy some water, and we're going to look at a generator.
The storm expected to strengthen into a major hurricane in the next day or so before making landfall Sunday, which happens to be the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina.
We lost a lot of good people in Katrina, man. That was a hard storm. Hopefully this one isn't nearly as impactful.
Forecasters say there will be life-threatening storm surge along the Louisiana coast, and some areas could get 20 inches of rain. All eyes will be on the levees and pumps which keep New Orleans dry. In Iberia Parish, west of New Orleans, they're expecting the worst.
It's not a question of if it's going to hit you and wipe out everything you got. It's when. You know, it's like gambling in a casino.
While some plan to head to higher ground, others are clearing out catch basins and shopping for supplies, hoping to ride it out.
A lot of water, potted meat, stuff that they don't have to cook, you know, seeing that a lot of people's going to electrical.
4 powerful storms battered Louisiana last year. Now, Ida is on its way. Chris Pallone, NBC News.
All right, and there's a live look at Baton Rouge right now, seeing a fair amount of traffic for this hour of a Friday night, and some of that may be related to people who are looking to get out of harm's way. Not a bad idea, because we're talking about a storm that has the potential to be an historic storm. It could very well be that Ida is the last that we hear of that name, that it will be retired. And there you see another view of Baton Rouge and a fair amount of traffic there. And again, that may be related to people trying to get to a better place. out and ahead of this storm. And so here's the latest on the storm. It is a Category 1 right now, but don't be fooled. This thing is on its way to becoming a monster in the next 24 hours. It is forecast to become a major hurricane by this time tomorrow, and then will continue to strengthen up to 140 miles per hour as it is closing in on the coast. That's going to be early on Sunday. There's nothing holding it back at this point. We're not looking at any strong wind shear. Water temperatures are exceptionally warm. We're not looking at a big dry air intrusion. And so it's going to be most likely an incredibly powerful storm, a larger storm, and it's also going to be slowing down. This is a model depiction of the storm coming in here, moving towards Plaquemines Parish. That's Sunday morning. Here, by the way, there's been a little bit of a shift in some of the midday modeling, a little more towards the north and west. And so just something to keep in mind. I want you to notice what this model does. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to happen this way, but just something to keep in mind. And we can show you a live picture of New Orleans, by the way. And, you know, New Orleans has been, you know, just like it usually is on a Friday night. There's a lot of people out having a good time, and there doesn't seem to be, just from what we can see, a terrific amount of concern about what is on the way here. But, you know, if it does happen like this, this is going to be a really, really big deal. Again, I want to go back to the model and show you what this model is showing. And it's showing the eye wall of the storm coming into New Orleans, and then it's going to be there for a long, long time. So you go from the afternoon deep into the evening, and you're still into that eye wall because it's moving so slowly. So, you know, it may be that it moves more to the west and more towards Houma and towards Lafayette and Morgan City. That's possible. But it's also possible that it's a little more to the east and more directly over New Orleans. And if that happens, that's going to put a lot of pressure on New Orleans in terms of the levee system there, in terms of all the rain that's going to be falling. And then, of course, we're going to be looking at a huge wind threat in the eye wall of this storm. So, you know, this really could be one of the worst storms that we've seen in New Orleans in quite some time. And we want people to know that and not assume that it's going to be moving farther to the west.
Indeed. All right, let's take a look at some of the timing here, shall we? As far as first New Orleans and many other areas here, including Houma and Morgan City, Louisiana. Some of these bands are going to be coming in by Sunday morning. And then notice there's the eye. Now, as Carl just mentioned, some of the models are bringing it in a little bit farther east and moving that eye perhaps up toward New Orleans. This particular model has it about, halfway between Vermilion Bay and the Houma area, and then moving up probably between Lafayette and Baton Rouge. Again, don't concentrate on that, but concentrate on this huge area of rain that is pulling in here. I think we've got it down pretty much to southeast Louisiana or south central Louisiana. So if it does that, because this hurricane's going to be fairly wide, we're talking about rain across this entire region, no matter where it comes in. And again, the heaviest rain and the surge will be right down along the immediate coast. Places like Houma, Louisiana easily could get 8 to 9 inches of rain and then worry about the surge as well. A little bit farther east, over toward Mobile and Biloxi and Gulfport. Remember, areas like Biloxi and Gulfport just devastated by Katrina. It looks like we're going to be looking at some bands coming in as we head through the late morning and on into the early afternoon. Then we get a couple of breaks as these bands move by. Some of the heaviest rain may be just west of here, but again, if this hurricane tends to track a bit farther east, then we may be looking at heavier amounts of rain in southern Mississippi and Alabama as well. Stay tuned. We'll keep you informed.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
Turn your passion into a paycheck. Start your business and keep it running with LegalZoom. LegalZoom, let's make it official.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
You guys ever try one of these bars made over at Red Twix?
Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate.
Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx.
4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
Surprise freeze are coming! Domino's has surprise freeze!
Other delivery apps add surprise fees, but Domino's is adding up to $50 million in surprise freeze to online delivery orders. And we tried some unique ways to tell people they're getting free food.
From Domino's!
The rule in business used to be location, location, location. Now it's network, network, network. So you need a network that's built right. Verizon Business Unlimited starts with America's most reliable network. Then we have the speed of Verizon 5G. We provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon than any other network. Built right for business. We are open and ready for you.
These days, we're all together all the time. Working, playing, cleaning. Turns out family life can be, well, gross. But Care.com can help with lots of great housekeepers to put your messy place back together again when it's right for you. It costs less than you think. And a clean house feels so good. Get the housekeeping help you need. Care.com.
Asking what would Pop-Tarts do is how you get from toast and jam to that's my jam. From Sunday to Sunday. So, like, what would Pop-Tarts do here? Yeah, that feels right. Crazy good.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude, and that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
Good advice there. Hurricane Ida moving ever closer to a U.S. landfall. That was the governor of Louisiana warning people time is starting to run out to prepare for this hurricane. It's expected to be a major hurricane at landfall, and it's going to be growing stronger by the minute as it passes over the Gulf. Let's go live now. We have a live shot here, I believe, of the Baton Rouge vicinity. Do we have that picture? There it is, where there's Biloxi on the right-hand side. There's Baton Rouge. And again, not a lot of traffic. I believe this is along I-10, but a little bit of traffic moving toward the camera there. But I do believe as we head through the next 24 to 36 hours, traffic on the interstates here, whether it be 10, and this is 10 moving up over the big bridge over the Mississippi River here, which is typically backed up. I don't want to make too much of this about people trying to evacuate here, but all these interstates, 10 or 12, there are going to be packed, I believe, as we head a little bit closer, particularly if this hurricane holds its intensity or gets even stronger. It is 30 past the hour now, and I want to go ahead and show you how many people we have out in the field before I turn it over to our storm specialist, Carl Parker here. We have a graphic that shows you just how many people we have out in the field, and there are a bunch here. I believe there are 8 different meteorologists and one storm, we don't want to call him a storm chaser, storm tracker, okay. And then, of course, our correspondent, Justin Michaels, as well, spread all along here, southern Louisiana and even on over into southern Mississippi as well. By the way, our coverage after Carl and I are done here at the top of the hour, we'll pick up again live at 5 Eastern and 4 Central Time. So let's go over to our storm specialist, Carl, right now. And Carl, again, we're going to have this covered backwards and forwards here as this hurricane comes in. And I hope everybody, all of our correspondents, pick a safe place because it's not out of the realm of possibility. We may have to move them back.
Yeah, I mean, nothing in the modeling is all that encouraging at this point. Sometimes you see, well, maybe it looks like it's going to do this or do this. And we're not seeing that. I mean, we're seeing a lot of the intensity guidance indicating that this is going to be an incredibly powerful storm. We're seeing that it's going to have a large area of strong winds, and so there are going to be impacts that are well outside of the center of circulation. We're also seeing that in just some of the most recent modeling, the trend has been to bump some of the tracks a little farther to the north and east, and that's really important. I'm going to show you one of these models in a moment here. So right now, an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1 storm. It is going to be an entirely different animal by this time tomorrow night. It will be a major hurricane by that time, and you should ask yourself now how you're going to feel about a major hurricane closing in where you are. It's really, really important to try to place yourself into your future shoes and think about how you're going to feel about this if this does indeed become everything that we believe it's going to. There doesn't appear to be anything to hold it back from doing that. There's not really any wind shear to speak of. There's no dry air that's lurking. We're not seeing anything about the Gulf temperatures that would hold it back. It's quite the opposite. As a matter of fact, the water temperatures are incredibly warm. So there's all this available fuel for the storm. So it is likely going to be a high-end storm. So here you see the storm surge warnings that are in effect. Some of these warnings penetrating 50, 60, 70 miles inland into those intertidal areas, those wetland areas, but not in New Orleans, where there's a really elaborate system of levees and walls put in place after Katrina. But, this storm could put a lot of pressure on that system. Now, here's a latest run of one of our models here. And what I wanted to show you is that the positioning in this latest run is different as compared to what we saw in the run that was previous. Prior to this, it showed the core of the storm coming in about there, which would imply that the worst of the weather might graze New Orleans, but not directly impact New Orleans. But this latest run, and there's some ensemble support for this, some of the models that are in the family of these models, this latest run brings that eye wall right into New Orleans. And so what that would do is it would maximize the winds there. And if you're talking about a Category 4 coming into New Orleans, that's huge in terms of wind damage potential. But also, you'd be looking at this, and I'm going to go back a couple of frames, you'd be looking at this tremendous flow into that area where the Gulf meets Lake Pontchartrain, and that would put all kinds of pressure on that elaborate systems of levees and flood walls there in New Orleans. And so this could be a really big deal in New Orleans, and you need to keep that in mind. We'll have much more coming up in a few minutes.
I got it, you got it, I want it, you want it. When I want it, you got it. When you want it, I got it, yeah. When they want it, ain't want it, ain't want it. We got it, yeah.
Be right back.
Put more fun in summer with WeatherTech. From laser measured floor liners, seat protectors, cargo liner, and more. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Oh, yeah. That's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
That's a joke.
Do not repeat that to anyone. Right?
You're gonna fight.
Do not repeat that to anyone.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
We've all felt this gap, the distance between what is and what could be. While he's tapping into his passion, The U.S. Bank mobile app can help you tap your way to your savings goals without missing a beat. So you can feed his passion. Earplugs not included. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right. But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated. With AT&T, everyone can ace back to school with our best deals on every smartphone, like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
Crack open a Budweiser and make the most of summer's last barbecues and poolside hangs. This Labor Day weekend, enjoy the last sips of summer by picking up Budweiser today.
All right, you're looking at a live picture here of downtown New Orleans. This is on Bourbon Street, and they just panned the camera here. And actually, where the camera's pointed right now, there are people milling about and meandering here. But if they point the camera down the other end, there are a whole slew of people. So definitely still a lot of folks out there partying on Bourbon Street. But with potentially a Category 4 hurricane approaching in about 36 hours, the scenes here may change. All right, let's take a look at what's going on with our latest information. This is as of the 11 p.m. Eastern Time advisory, 10 p.m. Central. 80-mile-an-hour maximum sustained winds, making it a Category 1 hurricane. The pressure went up a little bit as it crossed over western Cuba. That's to be expected. But now that it's back over the water, the pressure has dropped back down to 989. Whenever that pressure goes down, that number drops. That means that the hurricane is intensifying. The movement northwest at about 15 miles an hour. As Carl's been mentioning, a Category 4 hurricane as we head on into Sunday morning. Check that out at 140 miles an hour, perhaps weakening just a little bit as it comes on in, Carl, but still a very dangerous hurricane. If you remember, Katrina actually at one time a Category 5, weakened to a 3, but the effects were still devastating there across south of Louisiana.
Yeah, well, the wind field was so large with Katrina, and this one's going to have a pretty large wind field too. And so this is a big part of why we think the storm surge threat is going to be enormous across a very large area of the Gulf Coast. Now,
We look at dry lightning. Last year, all the mega fires that, do you remember last year we had the red skies all the way up and down the West Coast. The smoke was everywhere. It looked like hell. That was caused by lightning. So